rattled the handle of the spoon against the bowl, muttering and grumbling to herself. "There never was such a man," said she. "He would die rather than say a word. But it's all very well for him to keep silent. I know quite enough, and it doesn't require much cleverness to guess the rest. Well, well, let him keep it to himself. I dare say it is better." La Thérèse was jealous. Dr. Pascal had had a tremendous fight with her in order to get her patient away at the time when he had come to the conclusion that the young priest's case would be quite hopeless if he should remain at the parsonage. He had then explained to her that the sound of the bell would aggravate and intensify Serge's fever, that the religious pictures and statuettes scattered about his room would fill his brain with hallucinations, and that entirely new surroundings were necessary if he was to be restored to health and strength and peacefulness of mind. She, however, had vigorously shaken her head, and declared that her dear child would nowhere find a better nurse than herself. Still, she had ended by yielding. She had even resigned herself to seeing him go to the Paradou, though protesting against this selection of the doctors, which astonished her. But she retained a strong feeling of hatred for the Paradou, and she was hurt by the silence which Abbe Mouret maintained as to the time he had spent there. She had frequently laid all sorts of unsuccessful traps to induce him to talk of it. That morning, exasperated by his ghastly pallor, and his obstinacy in suffering in silence, she ended by waving her spoon about and crying, "You should go back yonder again, Monsieur le Curé, if you were so happy there. I dare say there is someone there who would nurse you better than I do." It was the first time she had ventured upon a direct allusion to her suspicions. The blow was so painful to the priest that he could not check a slight cry, as he raised his grief-racked countenance. At this La Thérèse's kindly heart was filled with regret. "Ah," she murmured, "it is all the fault of your Uncle Pascal. I told him what it would be. But those clever men cling so obstinately to their own ideas. Some of them would kill you, just for the sake of rummaging in your body afterwards. It made me so angry that I would never speak of it to anyone. Yes, Monsieur le Curé, you have me to thank that nobody knew where you were. I was so angry about it. I thought it abominable. When Abbé Guyot, from Saint Europe, who took your place during your absence, came to say Mass here on Sundays, I told him all sorts of stories. I said you had gone to Switzerland. I don't even know where Switzerland is. Well, I surely don't want to say anything to pain you, but it was certainly over yonder that you got your trouble. Very finely they've cured you indeed. It would have been very much better if they had left you with me. I shouldn't have thought of trying to turn your head." Abbe Mouret, whose brow was again lowered, made no attempt to interrupt her. La Thérèse had seated herself upon the ground a few yards away from him, in order if possible to catch his eye. And she went on again in her motherly way, delighted at his seeming complacency in listening to her. "You would never let me tell you about Abbé Caffin. As soon as I began to speak of him, you always made me stop. Well, Abbe Caffin had had his troubles in my part of the world, at Canteleu. And yet he was a very holy man, with an irreproachable character. But, you see, he was a man of very delicate taste, and liked soft pretty things. Well, there was a young party who was always prowling round him, the daughter of a miller, whom her parents had sent to a boarding school. Well, to put it shortly, what was likely to happen did happen. When the story got about, all the neighborhood was very indignant with the abbé. But he managed to escape to Rouen, and poured out his grief to the archbishop there. Then he was sent here. The poor man was punished quite enough by being made to live in this hole of a place. I heard of the girl afterwards. She had married a cattle dealer, and was very happy. L'Arthez, delighted at having been allowed to tell her story, interpreted the priest's silence as an encouragement to continue her gossiping. So she drew a little nearer to him and said, "He was very friendly with me, was good Monsieur Caffin, and often spoke to me of his sin. It won't keep him out of heaven, I'm sure. He can rest quite peacefully out there under the turf, for he never harmed anyone. For my part, I can't understand why people should get so angry with a priest when such a thing unhappily befalls him. Of course it's wrong, and likely to anger God, but then one can confess and repent, and get absolution. Isn't it so, Your Reverence, that when one truly repents, one is saved in spite of one's sins?" Abbe Mouret slowly raised his head. By a supreme effort he had overcome his agony, and though his face was still very pale, he exclaimed in a firm voice, "One should never sin, never, never." "Ah, sir," cried the old servant, "you are too proud and reserved. It is not a nice thing, that pride of yours. If I were in your place, I would not harden myself like that. I would talk of what was troubling me, and not try to rend my heart in pieces. You should reconcile yourself to the separation gradually. The worry wears off little by little. But, instead of that, you won't even allow people's names to be uttered. You forbid them to be mentioned. It is as though they were dead. Since you came back, I have not dared to tell you the least bit of news. Well, well, I am going to speak now, and I shall tell you all I know, because I see quite well that it is all this silence that is preying upon your heart." He looked at her sternly, and lifted his finger to silence her. "Yes, yes," she went on, "I get news from over yonder, very often indeed, and I am going to tell it to you. To begin with, there is someone there who is no happier than you are." "Silence! Silence!" said Abbe Mouret, summoning all his strength to rise and move away. But L'Arthez also rose and barred his way with her bulky figure. She was angry, and cried out, "There, you see, you want to be off already. But you are going to listen to me. You know quite well that I am not over fond of the people yonder, don't you? If I talk to you about them, it is for your own good. Some people say that I am jealous. Well, one day I mean to take you over there. You would be with me, and you wouldn't be afraid of any harm happening. Will you go?" He motioned her away from him with his hands, and his face was calm again as he said, "I desire nothing. I wish to know nothing. There is High Mass tomorrow. You must see that the altar is made ready." Then, as he walked away, he added, smiling, "Don't be uneasy, my good Ters. I am stronger than you imagine. I shall be able to cure myself without anyone's assistance." With these words he went off, bearing himself sturdily, with his head erect, for he had vanquished his feelings. His cassock rustled very gently against the borders of time. La Ters, who for a moment had remained rooted to the spot where she was standing, sulkily picked up her basin and wooden spoon. Then, shrugging her big shoulders again and again, she mumbled between her teeth, "That's all bravado of his. He imagines that he is differently made from other men, just because he is a priest. Well, as a matter of fact, he is very firm and determined. I have known some who wouldn't have had to be wheedled so long. And he is quite capable of crushing his heart, just as one might crush a flea. It must be the Almighty who gives him his strength." As she returned to the kitchen she saw Abbe Mouret standing by the gate of the farmyard. Désiré had stopped him there to make him feel a capon which she had been fattening for some weeks past. He told her pleasantly that it was very heavy, and the big child chuckled with glee. "Ah, well," said La Ters in a fury, "that bird has got to crush its heart too. But then it can't help itself." For Abbe Mouret spent his days at the parsonage. He shunned the long walks which he had been wont to take before his illness. The scorched soil of Les Artaudes, the ardent heat of that valley where the vines could never even grow straight, distressed him. On 2 occasions, in the morning, he had attempted to go out and read his breviary as he strolled along the road, but he had not gone beyond the village. He had returned home, overcome by the perfumes, the heat, the breadth of the landscape. It was only in the evening, in the cool twilight air, that he ventured to saunter a little in front of the church, on the terrace which led to the graveyard. In the afternoons, to fill up his time, and satisfy his craving for some kind of occupation, he had imposed upon himself the task of pasting paper over the broken panes of the church windows. This had kept him for a week mounted on a ladder, arranging his paper panes with great exactness, and laying on the paste with the most scrupulous care in order to avoid any mess. La Ters stood at the foot of the ladder and watched him. And Désiré urged that he must not fill up all the windows, or else the sparrows would no longer be able to get through. To please her, the priest left a pane or two in each window unfilled. Then, having completed these repairs, he was seized with the ambition of decorating the church, without summoning to his aid either mason or carpenter or painter. He would do it all himself. This sort of handiwork would amuse him, he said, and help to bring back his strength. Uncle Pascal encouraged him every time he called at the parsonage, assuring him that such exercise and fatigue were better than all the drugs in the world. And so Abbe Mouret began to stop up the holes in the walls with plaster, to drive fresh nails into the disjoined altars, and to crush and mix paints, in order that he might put a new coating on the pulpit and confessional box. It was quite an event in the district, and folks talked of it for a couple of leagues round. Peasants would come and stand gazing, with their hands behind their backs, at his reverence's work. The abbé himself, with a blue apron tied round his waist, and his hands all soiled with his labor, became absorbed in it, and used it as an excuse for no longer going out. He spent his days in the midst of his repairs, and was more tranquil than he had been before, almost cheerful, indeed, as he forgot the outer world, the trees and the sunshine and the warm breezes, which had formerly disturbed him so much. Monsieur le Curé is free to do as he pleases, since the parish hasn't got to find the money, said old Bambus, who came round every evening to see how the work was progressing. Abbe Mouret spent all his savings on it. Some of his decorations, indeed, were so awkward that they would have excited many people's smiles. The replastering of the stonework soon tired him, so he contented himself with patching up the church walls all round to a height of some 6 feet from the ground. La Thérèse mixed the plaster. When she talked of repairing the parsonage as well, for she was continually fearing that it would topple down on their heads, he told her that he did not think he could manage it, that a regular workman would be necessary, a reply which led to a terrible quarrel between them. La Thérèse said it was quite ridiculous to go on ornamenting the church, where nobody slept, while their bedrooms were in such a crazy condition, for she was quite sure they would all be found, one morning, crushed to death by the fallen ceilings. I shall end by bringing my bed here, and placing it behind the altar, she grumbled. I feel quite terrified sometimes at night. However, when the plaster was all used up, she said no more about repairing the parsonage. The painting which the priest executed quite delighted her. It was the chief charm of the improvements. The abbé, who had repaired the woodwork everywhere with bits of boards, took particular pleasure in spreading his big brush, dipped in bright yellow paint, over all this woodwork. The gentle, up and down motion of the brush lulled him, left him thoughtless for hours whilst he gazed on the oily streaks of paint. When everything was quite yellow, the pulpit, the confessional box, the altar rails, even the clock case itself, he ventured to try his hand at imitation marble work by way of touching up the high altar. Then, growing bolder, he painted it all over. Glistening with white and yellow and blue, it was pronounced superb. People who had not been to Mass for 50 years streamed into the church to see it. And now the paint was dry. All that remained for Abbe Mouret to do was to edge the panels with brown beading. So, that afternoon, he set to work at it, wishing to get it done by evening, for on the following day, as he had reminded La Thérèse, there would be High Mass. She was there ready to arrange the altar. She had already placed on the credence the candlesticks and the silver cross, the porcelain vases filled with artificial roses, and the laced cloth which was only used on great festivals. The beading, however, proved so difficult of execution, that it was not completed till late in the evening. It was growing quite dark as the abbé finished his last panel. "It will be really too beautiful," said a rough voice from amidst the greyish gloom of twilight which was filling the church. L'Arthez, who had knelt down to get a better view of the abbé's brush as it glided along his rule, started with alarm. "Ah, it's Brother Archangios," she said, turning round. "You came in by the sacristy then? You gave me quite a turn." Your voice seemed to sound from under the floor. Abbe Mouret had resumed his work, after greeting the brother with a slight nod. The brother remained standing there in silence, with his fat hands clasped in front of his cassock. Then, shrugging his shoulders, as he observed with what scrupulous care the priest sought to make his beading perfectly straight, he repeated, "It will be really too beautiful." L'Arthez, who knelt near by in ecstasy, started again. "Dear me," she said, "I had quite forgotten you were there. You really ought to cough before you speak. You have a voice that comes on one so suddenly that one might think it was a voice from the grave." She rose up and drew back a little the better to admire the abbé's work. "Why too beautiful?" she asked. "Nothing can be too beautiful when it is done for the Almighty. If His Reverence had only had some gold, he would have done it with gold, I'm sure." When the priest had finished, she hastened to change the altar cloth, taking the greatest care not to smudge the beading. Then she arranged the cross, the candlesticks, and the vases symmetrically. Abbe Mouret had gone to lean against the wooden screen which separated the choir from the nave, by the side of Brother Archangios. Not a word passed between them. Their eyes were fixed upon the silver crucifix, which, in the increasing gloom, still cast some glimmer of light on the feet and the left side and the right temple of the big Christ. When L'Arthez had finished, she came down towards them, triumphantly. "Doesn't it look lovely?" she asked. "Just you see what a crowd there will be at Mass tomorrow. Those heathens will only come to God's house when they think He is well-to-do. Now, Monsieur le Curé, we must do as much for the Blessed Virgin's altar." "Waste of money," growled Brother Archangios. But L'Arthez flew into a tantrum, and, as Abbe Mouret remained silent, she led them both before the altar of the Virgin, pushing them and dragging them by their cassocks. "Just look at it," said she, "it is too shabby for anything, now that the high altar is so smart. It looks as though it had never been painted at all. However much I may rub it of a morning, the dust sticks to it. It is quite black, it is filthy. Do you know what people will say about you, Your Reverence? They will say that you care nothing for the Blessed Virgin, that's what they'll say." "Well, what of it?" queried Brother Archangios. L'Arthez looked at him, half suffocated by indignation. "What of it? It would be sinful, of course," she muttered. "This altar is like a neglected tomb in a graveyard. If it were not for me, the spiders would spin their webs across it, and moss would soon grow over it. From time to time, when I can spare a bunch of flowers, I give it to the Virgin. All the flowers in our garden used to be for her once. She had mounted the altar steps, and she took up 2 withered bunches of flowers, which had been left there, forgotten. See, it is just as it is in the graveyards, she said, throwing the flowers at Abbe Mouret's feet. He picked them up, without replying. It was quite dark now, and Brother Archangios stumbled about amongst the chairs and nearly fell. He growled and muttered some angry words, in which the names of Jesus and Mary recurred. When La Therese, who had gone for a lamp, returned into the church, she asked the priest, "So I can put the brushes and pots away in the attic, then?" "Yes," he answered. "I have finished. We will see about the rest later on." She walked away in front of them, carrying all the things with her, and keeping silence, lest she should say too much. And as Abbe Mouret had kept the withered bunches of flowers in his hand, Brother Archangios said to him, as they passed the farmyard, "Throw those things away." The abbé took a few steps more, with downcast head, and then over the palings he flung the flowers upon a manure heap. The brother, who had already had his own meal, seated himself astride a chair, while the priest dined. Since Serge's return to Les Artaudes, the brother had thus spent most of his evenings at the parsonage, but never before had he imposed his presence upon the other in so rough a fashion. He stamped on the tiled floor with his heavy boots, his voice thundered and he smote the furniture, whilst he related how he had whipped some of his pupils that morning, or expounded his moral principles in terms as stern, as uncompromising as bludgeon blows. Then, feeling bored, he suggested that he and La Therese should have a game at cards. They had endless bouts of beggar my neighbor together, that being the only game which La Therese had ever been able to learn. Abbe Mouret would smilingly glance at the first few cards flung on the table and would then gradually sink into reverie, remaining for hours forgetful of his self-restraint, oblivious of his surroundings, beneath the suspicious glances of Brother Archangios. That evening La Therese felt so cross that she had talked of going to bed as soon as the cloth was removed. The brother, however, wanted his game of cards. So he caught hold of her shoulders and sat her down, so roughly that the chair creaked beneath her. And forthwith he began to shuffle the cards. Désirée, who hated him, had gone off carrying her dessert, which she generally took upstairs with her every evening to eat in bed. "I want the red cards," said La Therese. Then the struggle began. The old woman at first won some of the brothers' best cards. But before long 2 aces fell together on the table. "Here's a battle," she cried, wild with excitement. She threw down a 9, which rather alarmed her, but as the brother, in his turn, only put down a 7, she picked up the cards with a triumphant air. At the end of half an hour, however, she had only gained 2 aces, so that the chances remained fairly equal. And a quarter of an hour later she lost an ace. The knaves and kings and queens were perpetually coming and going as the battle furiously progressed. "It's a splendid game, eh?" said Brother Archangios, turning towards Abbe Mouret. But when he saw him sitting there, so absorbed in his reverie, with such a gentle smile playing unconsciously round his lips, he roughly raised his voice. "Why, Monsieur le Curé, you are not paying any attention to us. It isn't polite of you. We are only playing on your account. We were trying to amuse you. Come and watch the game. It would do you more good than dozing and dreaming away there. Where were you just now?" The priest started. He said nothing, but with quivering eyelids tried to force himself to look at the game. The play went on vigorously. L'Arteuse won her ace back, and then lost it again. On some evenings they would fight in this way over the aces for quite 4 hours, and often they would go off to bed, angry at having failed to bring the contest to a decisive issue. "But, dear me, I've only just remembered it," suddenly cried L'Arteuse, who greatly feared that she was going to be beaten. "His Reverence has to go out tonight. He promised Fortune and Rosalie that he would go to bless their room, according to the custom. Make haste, Monsieur le Curé. The brother will go with you." Abbe Mouret had already risen from his chair, and was looking for his hat. But Brother Archangios, still holding his cards, flew into a tantrum. "Oh, don't bother about it," said he. "What does it want to be blessed for, that pigsty of theirs? It is a custom that you should do away with. I can't see any sense in it. Stay here and let us finish the game. That is much the best thing to do." "No," said the priest, "I promised to go. Those good people might feel hurt if I didn't. You stay here and play your game out while you are waiting for me." L'Arteuse glanced uneasily at Brother Archangios. "Well, yes, I will stay here," cried the brother. "It is really too absurd." But before Abbe Mouret could open the door, he flung his cards on the table and rose to follow him. Then, half turning back, he called to L'Arteuse, "I should have won. Leave the cards as they are, and we will play the game out tomorrow." "Oh, they are all mixed now," answered the old servant, who had lost no time in shuffling them together. "Did you suppose that I was going to put your hand away under a glass case? And, besides, I might very well have won, for I still had an ace left." A few strides brought Brother Archangios up with Abbe Mouret, who was walking down the narrow path that led to the village. The brother had undertaken the task of keeping watch over the abbess' movements. He incessantly played the spy upon him, accompanying him everywhere, or, if he could not go in person, sending some school urchin to follow him. With that terrible laugh of his, he was wont to remark that he was God's gendarme. And, in truth, the abbé seemed like a culprit ever guarded by the black shadow of the brother's cassock, a culprit to be treated distrustfully, since in his weakness he might well lapse into fresh crime were he left free from surveillance for a single moment. Thus he was watched and guarded with all the spiteful eagerness that some jealous old maid might have displayed, the overreaching zeal of a gaoler who might carry precautions so far as to exclude even such rays of light as might creep through the chinks of the prison house. Brother Archangios was always on the watch to keep out the sunlight, to prevent even a whiff of air from entering, to shut up his prison so completely that nothing from outside could gain access to it. He noted the abbé's slightest fits of weakness, and by his glance divined his tender thoughts, which with a word he pitilessly crushed, as though they were poisonous vermin. The priest's intervals of silence, his smiles, the paling of his brow, the faint quivering of his limbs, were all noted by the brother. But he never spoke openly of the transgression. His presence alone was a sufficient reproach. The manner in which he uttered certain words imparted to them all the sting of a whip stroke. With a mere gesture he expressed his utter disgust for the priest's sin. Like one of those betrayed husbands who enjoy torturing their wives with cruel allusions, he contented himself with recalling the scene at the Paradou, in an indirect fashion, by some word or phrase which sufficed to annihilate the abbé, whenever the latter's flesh rebelled. It was nearly 10 o'clock and most of the villagers of Les Artaudes had retired to rest. But from a brightly lighted house at the far end, near the mill, there still came sounds of merriment. While keeping the best rooms for his own use, old Bambus had given a corner of his house to his daughter and son-in-law. They were all assembled there, drinking a last glass, while waiting for the priest. "They are drunk," growled Brother Archangios. "Don't you hear the row they are making?" Abbe Mouret made no reply. It was a lovely night and all looked bluish in the moonlight, which lent to the distant part of the valley the aspect of a sleeping lake. The priest slackened his pace that he might the more fully enjoy the charm of that soft radiance, and now and then he even stopped as he came upon some expanse of light, experiencing the delightful quiver which the proximity of fresh water brings one on a hot day. But the brother continued striding along, grumbling and calling him. "Come along, come along. It isn't good to loiter out of doors at this time of night. You would be much better in bed." All at once, however, just as they were entering the village, Archangios himself stopped short in the middle of the road. He was looking towards the heights, where the white lines of the roads vanished amidst black patches of pine woods, and he growled to himself, like a dog that scents danger. "Who can be coming down so late?" he muttered. But the priest, who neither saw nor heard anything, was now, in his turn, anxious to press on. "Stay, stay, there he is," eagerly added Brother Archangios. "He has just turned the corner. See! He is in the moonlight now. One can see him plainly. It is a tall man, with a stick." Then, after a moment's silence, he resumed, in a voice husky with fury, "It is he, that beggar. I felt sure it was." Thereupon, the newcomer having now reached the bottom of the hill, Abbe Mouret saw that it was Jean Bernat. In spite of his 80 years, the old man set his feet down with such force, that his heavy, nailed boots sent sparks flying from the flints on the road. And he walked along as upright as an oak, without the aid of his stick, which he carried across his shoulder like a musket. "Ah, the villain," stammered the brother, still standing motionless. May the fiend light all the blazes of hell under his feet. The priest, who felt greatly disturbed, and despaired of inducing his companion to come on, turned round to continue his journey, hoping that, by a quick walk to the Bambas's house, he might yet manage to avoid Jean Bernat. But he had not taken 5 strides before he heard the bantering voice of the old man close behind him. "Hi! Cure! Wait for me! Are you afraid of me?" And as Abbe Mouret stopped, he came up and continued, "Ah, those cassocks of yours are tiresome things, aren't they? They prevent your getting along too quickly. It's such a fine clear night, too, that one can recognize you by your gown a long way off. When I was right at the top of the hill, I said to myself, surely that is the little priest down yonder. Oh, yes, I still have very good eyes. Well, so you never come to see us now?" "I have had so much to do," murmured the priest, who had turned very pale. "Well, well, everyone's free to please himself. If I've mentioned the matter, it's only because I want you to know that I don't bear you any grudge for being a priest. We wouldn't even talk about your religion, it's all one and the same to me. But the little one thinks that it's I who prevents your coming. I said to her, the priest is an idiot, and I think so, indeed. Did I try to eat you during your illness? Why, I didn't even go upstairs to see you. Everyone's free, you know." He spoke on in the most unconcerned manner, pretending that he did not notice the presence of Brother Archangios, but as the latter suddenly broke into an angry grunt, he added, "Why, cure, so you bring your pig out with you? Take care, you bandit," hissed the brother, clenching his fists. Jean Bernat, whose stick was still raised, then pretended to recognize him. "Hands off," he cried. "Ah, it's you, you soul saver. I ought to have known you by your smell. We have a little account to settle together, remember. I have sworn to cut off your ears in the middle of your school. It will amuse the children you are poisoning." The brother fell back before the raised staff, a flood of abuse rising to his lips, but he began to stammer and went on disjointedly, "I will set the gendarmes after you, scoundrel. You spat on the church, I saw you. You give the plague to the poor people who merely pass your door. At Saint Europe you made a girl die by forcing her to chew a consecrated wafer which you had stolen. At Biage you went and dug up the bodies of little dead children and carried them away on your back. You are an old sorcerer. Everybody knows it, you scoundrel. You are the disgrace of the district. Whoever strangles you will gain heaven for the deed." The old man listened with a sneer, twirling the while his staff between his fingers. And between the brother's successive insults he ejaculated in an undertone, go on, relieve yourself, you viper. I'll break your back for you by and by." Abbe Mouret tried to interfere, but Brother Archangios pushed him away, exclaiming, "You are led by him yourself. Didn't he make you trample upon the cross? Deny it, if you dare. Then again, turning to Jean Bernat, he yelled, "Ah! Satan, you must have chuckled and no mistake when you held a priest in your grasp. May heaven curse those who abetted you in that sacrilege. What was it you did, at night, while he slept? You came and moistened his tonsure with your saliva, eh? So that his hair might grow more quickly. And then you breathed upon his chin and his cheeks that his beard might grow a hand's breadth in a single night. And you rubbed all your philters into his body, and breathed into his mouth the lasciviousness of a dog. You turned him into a brute beast, Satan." "He's idiotic," said Jean Bernat, resting his stick on his shoulder. "He quite bores me." The brother, however, growing bolder, thrust his fists under the old man's nose. "And that drab of yours," he cried, "you can't deny that you set her on to damn the priest." Then he suddenly sprang backwards, with a shriek, for the old man, swinging his stick with all his strength, had just broken it over his back. Retreating yet a little further, Archangias picked from a heap of stones beside the road a piece of flint twice the size of a man's fist, and threw it at Jean Bernat. It would surely have split the other's forehead open if he had not bent down. He, however, now likewise crossed over to a heap of stones, sheltered himself behind it, and provided himself with missiles, and from one heap to the other a terrible combat began, with a perfect hail of flints. The moon now shone very brightly, and their dark shadows fell distinctly on the ground. "Yes, yes, you set that hussy on to ruin him," repeated the brother, wild with rage. "Ah, you are astonished that I know all about it. You hope for some monstrous result from it all. Every morning you make the 13 signs of hell over that minx of yours. You would like her to become the mother of Antichrist. You long for Antichrist, you villain. But may this stone blind you. And may this one bung your mouth up," retorted Jean Bernat, who was now quite calm again. "Is he cracked, the silly fellow, with all those stories of his? Shall I have to break your head for you, before I can get on my way? Is it your catechism that has turned your brain?" "Catechism, indeed. Do you know what catechism is taught to accursed ones like you? Ah! I will show you how to make the sign of the cross. This stone is for the Father, and this for the Son, and this for the Holy Ghost. Ah! You are still standing. Wait a bit, wait a bit. Amen." Then he threw a handful of small pebbles like a volley of grape shot. Jean Bernat, who was struck upon the shoulder, dropped the stones he was holding, and quietly stepped forwards, while Brother Archangias picked 2 fresh handfuls from the heap, blurting out, "I am going to exterminate you. It is God who wills it. God is acting through my arm." "Will you be quiet?" said the old man, grasping him by the nape of the neck. Then came a short struggle amidst the dust of the road, all bluish with moonlight. The brother, finding himself the weaker of the two, tried to bite. But Jean Bernat's sinewy limbs were like coils of rope which pinioned him so tightly that he could almost feel them cutting into his flesh. He panted and ceased to struggle, meditating some act of treachery. The old man, having got the other under him, scoffingly exclaimed, "I have a good mind to break one of your arms. You see that it isn't you who are the stronger, but that it is I who am exterminating you. Now I'm going to cut your ears off. You have tried my endurance too far." Jean Bernat calmly drew his knife from his pocket. But Abbe Mouret, who had several times attempted to part the combatants, now raised such strenuous opposition to the old man's design that he consented to defer the operation till another time. "You are acting foolishly, Cure," said he. "It would do this scoundrel good to be well bled, but, since it seems to displease you, I'll wait a little longer. I shall be meeting him again in some quiet corner." And as the brother broke out into a growl, Jean Bernat cried threateningly, "If you don't keep still I will cut your ears off at once." "But you are sitting on his chest," said the priest. "Get up and let him breathe." "No, no," he would begin his tomfoolery again. "I will give him his liberty when I go away, but not before." "Well, I was telling you, Cure, when this good-for-nothing interrupted us, that you would be very welcome yonder. The little one is mistress, you know. I don't attempt to interfere with her any more than I do with my salad plants. There are only fools like this croaker here who see any harm in it." "Where did you see anything wrong, scoundrel?" "It was yourself who imagined it, villain that you are." And thereupon he gave the brother another shaking. "Let him get up," begged Abbe Mouret. "By and by. The little one has not been well for a long time. I did not notice anything myself, but she told me, and now I am on my way to tell your Uncle Pascal, at Plassans. I like the night for walking, it is quiet, and, as a rule, one isn't delayed by meeting people." "Yes, yes, the little one is quite ailing." The priest could not find a word to say. He staggered, and his head sank. "It made her so happy to look after you," continued the old man. "While I smoked my pipe I used to hear her laugh. That was quite sufficient for me. Girls are like the hawthorns, when they break out into blossom, they do all they can. Well, now, you will come, if your heart prompts you to it. I am sure it would please the little one. Good night, Cure." He got up slowly, keeping a firm grasp of the brother's wrists, to guard against any treacherous attack. Then he proceeded on his way, with swinging strides, without once turning his head. The brother silently crept to the heap of stones, and waited till the old man was some distance off. Then, with both hands, and with mad violence, he again began flinging stones, but they fell harmlessly upon the dusty road. Jean Bernat did not condescend to notice them, but went his way, upright like a tree, through the clear night. "The accursed one, Satan carries him on," shrieked Brother Archangios, as he hurled his last stone. "An old scoundrel, that the least touch ought to upset. But he is baked in hell's fire. I smelled his claws. The brother stamped with impotent rage on the scattered flints. Then he suddenly attacked Abbe Mouret. "It was all your fault," he cried. "You ought to have helped me, and, between us, we could have strangled him." Meantime, at the other end of the village, the uproar in the Bambas's house had become greater than ever. The rhythmic tapping of glasses on a table could be distinctly heard. The priest resumed his walk without raising his head, making his way towards the flood of bright light that streamed out of the window like the flare of a fire of vine cuttings. The brother followed him gloomily, his cassock soiled with dust, and one of his cheeks bleeding from a stone cut. And, after a short interval of silence, he asked, in his harsh voice, "Shall you go?" Then, as Abbe Mouret did not answer, he went on, "Take care. You are lapsing into sin again." It was sufficient for that man to pass by to send a thrill through your whole body. I saw you by the light of the moon looking as pale as a girl. Take care. Take care. Do you hear me? Another time God will not pardon you, you will sink into the lowest abyss. Ah! Wretched piece of clay that you are, filth is mastering you. Thereupon, the priest at last raised his head. Big tears were streaming from his eyes, and it was in gentle heartbroken accents that he spoke. "Why do you speak to me like that? You are always with me, and you know my ceaseless struggles. Do not doubt me, leave me strength to master myself." Those simple words, bathed with silent tears, fell on the night air with such an expression of superhuman suffering, that even Brother Archangios, in spite of all his harshness, felt touched. He made no reply, but shook his dusty cassock, and wiped his bleeding cheek. When they reached the Bambas's house, he refused to go inside. He seated himself, a few yards away, on the body of an overturned cart, where he waited for the abbé with dog-like patience. "Ah, here is Monsieur le Curé," cried all the company of Bambases and Brichettes as Serge entered. They filled their glasses once more. Abbe Mouret was compelled to take one, too. There had been no regular wedding feast, but, in the evening, after dinner, a 10-gallon Dame Jane had been placed upon the table, and they were making it their business to empty it before going to bed. There were 10 of them, and old Bambas was already with one hand tilting over the jar whence only a thread of red liquor now flowed. Rosalie, in a very sportive frame of mind, was dipping her baby's chin into her glass, while Big Fortune showed off his strength by lifting up the chairs with his teeth. All the company passed into the bedroom. Custom required that the priest should there drink the glass of wine which had been poured out for him. It brought good luck, and prevented quarrels in the household. In Monsieur Caffin's time, it had always been a very merry ceremony, for the old priest loved a joke. He had even gained a reputation for the skillful way in which he could drain his glass, without leaving a single drop at the bottom of it, and the Artaud women pretended that every drop undrunk meant a year's less love for the newly married pair. But with Abbe Mouret they dare not joke so freely. However, he drank his wine at one gulp, which seemed to greatly please old Bambas. Mother Bridget looked at the bottom of the glass and saw but a drop or two of the liquid remaining there. Then, after a few jokes, they all returned to the living room, where Vincent and Catherine had remained by themselves. Vincent, standing upon a chair, was clasping the huge jar in his arms, and draining the last drops of wine into Catherine's open mouth. "We are much obliged to you, Monsieur le Curé," said old Bambus, as he escorted the priest to the door. "Well, they're married now, so I suppose you are satisfied. And they are not likely to complain, I'm sure. Good night, sleep well, your reverence." Brother Archangias had slowly risen from his seat on the old cart. "May the devil pile hot coals over them, and roast them," he murmured. Then without again opening his lips he accompanied Abbe Mouret to the parsonage. And he waited outside till the door was closed. Even then he did not go off without twice looking round to make sure that the abbé was not coming out again. As for the priest, when he reached his bedroom, he threw himself in his clothes upon his bed, clasping his hands to his ears, and pressing his face to the pillow, in order that he might shut out all sound and sight. And thus stilling his senses he fell into death-like slumber. 6. The next day was Sunday. As the feast of the exaltation of the Holy Cross fell on a high Mass day, Abbe Mouret desired to celebrate the festival with especial solemnity. He was now full of extraordinary devotion for the cross, and had replaced the image of the Immaculate Conception in his bedroom by a large crucifix of black wood, before which he spent long hours in worship. To exalt the cross, to plant it before him, above all else, in a halo of glory, as the one object of his life, gave him the strength he needed to suffer and to struggle. He sometimes dreamed of hanging there himself, in Jesus's place, his head crowned with thorns, nails driven through his hands and feet, and his side rent by spears. What a coward he must be to complain of an imaginary wound, when God bled there from his whole body, and yet preserved on his lips the blessed smile of the redemption. And however unworthy it might be, he offered up his wound as a sacrifice, ended by falling into ecstasy, and believing that blood did really stream from his brow and side and limbs. Those were hours of relief, for he fancied that all the impurity within him flowed forth from his wounds. And he then usually drew himself up with the heroism of a martyr, and longed to be called upon to suffer the most frightful tortures, in order that he might bear them without a quiver of the flesh. At early dawn that day he knelt before the crucifix, and grace came upon him abundantly as dew. He made no effort, he simply fell upon his knees, to receive it in his heart, to be permeated with it to the marrow of his bones in sweetest and most refreshing fullness. On the previous day he had prayed for grace in agony, and it had not come. At times it long remained deaf to his entreaties, and then, when he simply clasped his hands, in quite childlike fashion, it flowed down to succor him. It came upon him that morning like a benediction, bringing perfect serenity, absolute trusting faith. He forgot his anguish of the previous days, and surrendered himself wholly to the triumphant joy of the cross. He seemed to be cased in such impenetrable armor that the world's most deadly blows would glide off from it harmlessly. When he came down from his bedroom, he stepped along with an air of serenity and victory. La Thèse was astonished, and went to find Désirée, that he might kiss her, and both of them clapped their hands, and said that they had not seen him looking so well for the last 6 months. But it was in the church, at High Mass, that the priest felt that he had really recovered divine grace. It was a long time since he had approached the altar with such loving emotion, and he had to make a great effort to restrain himself from weeping whilst he remained with his lips pressed to the altar cloth. It was a solemn high mass. The local rural god, an uncle of Rosalie, chanted in a deep bass voice which rumbled through the low nave like a horse organ. Vincent, robed in a surplice much too large for him, which had formerly belonged to Abbe Caffin, carried an old silver censer, and was vastly amused by the tinkling of its chains. He swung it to a great height, so as to produce copious clouds of smoke, and glanced behind him every now and then to see if he had succeeded in making anyone cough. The church was almost full, for everybody wanted to see his reverence's painting. Peasant women laughed with pleasure because the place smelled so nice, while the men, standing under the gallery, jerked their heads approvingly at each deeper and deeper note that came from the rural god. Filtering through the paper window panes, the full morning sun lighted up the brightly painted walls, on which the women's caps cast shadows resembling huge butterflies. The artificial flowers, with which the altar was decorated, almost seemed to possess the moist freshness of natural ones newly gathered, and when the priest turned round to bless the congregation, he felt even stronger emotion than before, as he saw his church so clean, so full, and so steeped in music and incense and light. After the offertory, however, a buzzing murmur sped through the peasant women. Vincent inquisitively turned his head, and in doing so, almost let the charcoal in his censer fall upon the priest's chasuble. And, wishing to excuse himself, as he saw the abbé looking at him with an expression of reproof, he murmured, "It is your reverence's uncle, who has just come in." At the end of the church, standing beside one of the slender wooden pillars that supported the gallery, Abbe Mouret then perceived Dr. Pascal. The doctor was not wearing his usual cheerful and slightly scoffing expression. Hat in hand, he stood there looking very grave, and followed the service with evident impatience. The sight of the priest at the altar, his solemn demeanor, his slow gestures, and the perfect serenity of his countenance, appeared to gradually increase his irritation. He could not stay there till the end of the Mass, but left the church, and walked up and down beside his horse and gig, which he had secured to one of the parsonage shutters. "Will that nephew of mine never have finished censing himself?" he asked of La Thèse, who was just coming out of the vestry. "It is all over," she replied. "Won't you come into the drawing room? His reverence is unrobing. He knows you are here." "Well, unless he were blind, he couldn't very well help it," growled the doctor, as he followed La Thèse into the cold-looking, stiffly furnished chamber, which she pompously called the drawing room. Here for a few minutes he paced up and down. The gloomy coldness of his surroundings seemed to increase his irritation. As he strode about, flourishing a stick he carried, he kept on striking the well-worn chair seats of horsehair which sounded hard and dead as stone. Then, tired of walking, he took his stand in front of the mantelpiece, in the center of which a gaudily painted image of Saint Joseph occupied the place of a clock. "Ah, here he comes at last," he said, as he heard the door opening. And stepping towards the abbey he went on, "Do you know that you made me listen to half a mass? It is a very long time since that happened to me. But I was bent on seeing you today. I have something to say to you." Then he stopped, and looked at the priest with an expression of surprise. Silence fell. "You at all events are quite well," he resumed, in a different voice. "Yes, I am very much better than I was," replied Abbe Mouret, with a smile. "I did not expect you before Thursday. Sunday isn't your day for coming. Is there something you want to tell me?" Uncle Pascal did not give an immediate answer. He went on looking at the abbey. The latter was still fresh from the influence of the church and the mass. His hair was fragrant with the perfume of the incense, and in his eyes shone all the joy of the cross. His uncle jogged his head, as he noticed that expression of triumphant peace. "I have come from the Paradou," he said, abruptly. "Jean Bernat came to fetch me there. I have seen Albine, and she disquiets me. She needs much careful treatment." He kept his eyes fixed upon the priest as he spoke, but he did not detect so much as a quiver of Serge's eyelids. "She took great care of you, you know," he added, more roughly. "Without her, my boy, you might now be in one of the cells at Les Toulettes, with a strait waistcoat on." "Well, I promised that you would go to see her. I will take you with me. It will be a farewell meeting. She is anxious to go away. I can do nothing more than pray for the person of whom you speak," said Abbe Mouret, softly. And as the doctor, losing his temper, brought his stick down heavily upon the couch, he added calmly, but in a firm voice, "I am a priest, and can only help with prayers." "Ah, well. Yes, you are right," said Uncle Pascal, dropping down into an armchair. "It is I who am an old fool. Yes, I wept like a child, as I came here alone in my gig. That is what comes of living amongst books. One learns a lot from them, but one makes a fool of oneself in the world. How could I guess that it would all turn out so badly?" He rose from his chair and began to walk about again, looking exceedingly troubled. But yes, I ought to have guessed. It was all quite natural. Though with one in your position, it was bound to be abominable. You are not as other men. But listen to me, I assure you that otherwise you would never have recovered. It was she alone, with the atmosphere she set round you, who saved you from madness. There is no need for me to tell you what a state you were in. It is one of my most wonderful cures. But I can't take any pride, any pleasure in it, for now the poor girl is dying of it." Abbe Mouret remained there erect, perfectly calm, his face reflecting all the quiet serenity of a martyr whom nothing that man might do could disturb. "God will take mercy upon her," he said. "God. God," muttered the doctor below his breath. "Ah! He would do better not to interfere. We might manage matters if we were left to ourselves." Then, raising his voice, he added, "I thought I had considered everything carefully, that is the most wonderful part of it. Oh! What a fool I was! You would stay there, I thought, for a month to recover your strength. The shade of the trees, the cheerful chatter of the girl, all the youthfulness about you would quickly bring you round. And then you, on your side, it seemed to me, would do something to reclaim the poor child from her wild ways, you would civilize her, and, between us, we should turn her into a young lady, for whom we should, by and by, find a suitable husband. It seemed such a perfect scheme. And then how was I to guess that old philosophizing Jean Bernat would never stir an inch from his lettuce beds? Well, well. I myself never left my own laboratory. I had such pressing work there. And it is all my fault. Ah! I am a stupid bungler." He was choking, and wished to go off. And he began to look about him for his hat, though, all the while, he had it on his head. "Goodbye," he stammered, "I am going." "So you won't come? Do, now, for my sake. You see how miserable, how upset I am. I swear to you that she shall go away immediately afterwards. That is all settled. My gig is here, you might be back in an hour. Come, do come, I beg you." The priest made a sweeping gesture, such a gesture as the doctor had seen him make before the altar. "No," he said, "I cannot." Then, as he accompanied his uncle out of the room, he added, "Tell her to fall on her knees and pray to God. God will hear her as he heard me, and he will comfort her as he has comforted me. There is no other means of salvation." The doctor looked him full in the face, and shrugged his shoulders. "Goodbye," then he repeated. "You are quite well now, and have no further need of me." But, as he was unfastening his horse, Désirée, who had heard his voice, came running up. She was extremely attached to her uncle. When she had been younger he had been wont to listen to her childish prattle for hours without showing the least sign of weariness. And, even now, he did his best to spoil her, and manifested the greatest interest in her farmyard, often spending a whole afternoon with her amongst her fowls and ducks, and smiling at her with his bright eyes. He seemed to consider her superior to other girls. And so she now flung herself round his neck, in an impulse of affection, and cried, "Aren't you going to stay and have some lunch with us?" But having kissed her, he said he could not remain, and unfastened her arms from his neck with a somewhat pettish air. She laughed however, and again clasped her arms round him. "Oh, but you must," she persisted. I have some eggs that have only just been laid. I have been looking in the nests, and there are 14 eggs this morning. And, if you will stay, we can have a fowl, the white one, that is always quarreling with the others. When you were here on Thursday, you know, it pecked the big spotted hen's eye out. But her uncle persisted in his refusal. He was irritated to find that he could not unfasten the knot in which he had tied his reins. And then she began to skip round him, clapping her hands and repeating in a sing-song voice, "Yes, yes, you'll stay, and we will eat it up, we'll eat it up." Her uncle could no longer resist her blandishments. He raised his head and smiled at her. She seemed so full of life and health and sincerity. Her gaiety was as frank and natural as the sheet of sunlight which was gilding her bare arms. "You big silly," he said, and clasping her by the wrists as she continued skipping gleefully about him, he went on, "No, dear, not today. I have to go to see a poor girl who is ill. But I will come some other morning. I promise you faithfully." When, she persisted. "On Thursday. The cow is in calf, you know, and she hasn't seemed at all well these last 2 days. You are a doctor, and you ought to be able to give her something to do her good." Abbe Mouret, who had calmly remained there, could not restrain a slight laugh. The doctor gaily got into his gig and exclaimed, "All right, my dear, I will attend to your cow. Come and let me kiss you. Ah, how nice and healthy you are. And you are worth more than all the others put together. Ah, if everyone was like my big silly, this earth would be too beautiful." He set his horse off with a cluck of his tongue, and continued talking to himself as the gig rattled down the hill. Yes, yes, there should be nothing but animals. Ah, if they were mere animals, how happy and gay and strong they would all be. It has gone well with the girl, who is as happy as her cow, but it has gone badly with the lad, who is in torture beneath his cassock. A drop too much blood, a little too much nerve, and one's whole life is wrecked. They are true Rugans and true Macquarts, those children there. The tail end of the stock, its final degeneracy. Then, urging on his horse, he drove at a trot up the hill that led to the Paradou. 7 Sunday was a busy day for Abbe Mouret. He had to think of Vespers, which he generally said to empty seats, for even Mother Bridget did not carry her piety so far as to go back to church in the afternoon. Then, at 4 o'clock, Brother Archangias brought the little rogues from his school to repeat their catechism to his reverence. This lesson sometimes lasted until late. When the children showed themselves quite intractable, La Thérèse was summoned to frighten them with her broom. On that particular Sunday, about 4 o'clock, Désirée found herself quite alone in the parsonage. As she felt a little bored, she went to gather some food for her rabbits in the churchyard, where there were some magnificent poppies, of which rabbits are extremely fond. Dragging herself about on her knees between the gravestones, she gathered apronfuls of juicy verdure on which her pets fell greedily. "Oh, what lovely plantains," she muttered, stooping before Abbe Caffin's tombstone, and delighted with the discovery she had made. There were, indeed, some magnificent plantains spreading out their broad leaves beside the stone. Désirée had just finished filling her apron with them when she fancied she heard a strange noise behind her. A rustling of branches and a rolling of small pebbles came from the ravine which skirted one side of the graveyard, and at the bottom of which flowed the Mascal, a stream which descended from the highlands of the Paradou. But the ascent here was so rough, so impracticable, that Désirée imagined that the noise could only have been made by some lost dog or straying goat. She stepped quickly to the edge, and, as she looked over, she was amazed to see amidst the brambles a girl who was climbing up the rocks with extraordinary agility. "I will give you a hand," she said. "You might easily break your neck there." The girl, directly she saw she was discovered, started back, as though she would rather go down again, but after a moment's hesitation she ventured to take the hand that was held out to her. "Oh, I know who you are," said Désirée, with a beaming smile, and letting her apron fall that she might grasp the girl by the waist. "You once gave me some blackbirds, but they all died, poor little dears. I was so sorry about it. Wait a bit, I know your name, I have heard it before. Larters often mentions it when Serge isn't there, but she told me that I was not to repeat it. Wait a moment, I shall remember it directly." She tried to recall the name, and grew quite grave in the attempt. Then, having succeeded in remembering it, she became gay again, and seemingly found great pleasure in dwelling upon its musical sound. "Albine. Albine, what a sweet name it is. At first I used to think you must be a tomtit, because I once had a tomtit with a name very like yours, though I don't remember exactly what it was." Albine did not smile. Her face was very pale, and there was a feverish gleam in her eyes. A few drops of blood trickled from her hands. When she had recovered her breath, she hastily exclaimed, "No! No! Leave it alone. You will only stain your handkerchief. It is nothing but a scratch. I didn't want to come by the road, as I should have been seen, so I preferred coming along the bed of the torrent. Is Serge there?" Désirée did not feel at all shocked at hearing the girl pronounce her brother's name thus familiarly and with an expression of subdued passion. She simply replied that he was in the church hearing the children say their catechism. "You must not speak at all loudly," she added, raising her finger to her lips. "Serge forbade me to talk loudly when he is catechizing the children, and we shall get into trouble if we don't keep quiet. Let us go into the stable, shall we? We can talk better there." "I want to see Serge," said Albine, simply. Désirée cast a hasty glance at the church, and then whispered, "Yes, yes, Serge will be finely caught. Come with me. We will hide ourselves, and keep quite quiet. We shall have some fine fun." She had picked up the herbage which had fallen from her apron, and quitting the graveyard she stole back to the parsonage, telling Albine to hide herself behind her and make herself as little as possible. As they stealthily glided through the farmyard, they caught sight of La Therse, who was crossing over to the vestry, but she did not appear to notice them. There, said Désirée, quite delighted, as they stowed themselves away in the stable. Keep quiet, and no one will know that we are here. There is some straw there for you to lie down upon. Albine seated herself on a truss of straw. And Serge, she asked, persisting in her one fixed idea. Listen. You can hear his voice. When he claps his hands, it will be all over, and the children will go away. Listen. He is telling them a tale. They could indeed just hear Abbe Mouret's voice, which was wafted to them through the vestry doorway which La Therse had doubtless left open. It came to them like a solemn murmur, in which they could distinguish the name of Jesus thrice repeated. Albine trembled. She sprang up as though to hasten to that beloved voice whose caressing accents she knew so well, but all sound of it suddenly died away, shut off by the closing of the door. Then she sat down again, to wait, her hands tightly clasped, and her clear eyes gleaming with the intensity of her thoughts. Désirée, who was lying at her feet, gazed up at her with innocent admiration. "How beautiful you are," she whispered. "You are like an image that Serge used to have in his bedroom. It was quite white like you are, with great curls floating about the neck, and the heart was quite bare and uncovered, just in the place where I can feel yours beating, but you are not listening to me. You are looking quite sad. Let us play at something. Will you?" Then she stopped short, holding her breath and saying between her teeth, "Ah, the wretches, they will get us caught." She still had her apron full of herbage with her, and her pets were taking it by assault. A troop of fowls had surrounded her, clucking and calling each other and pecking